All right, crew cab charger, part 43. All right, what's going on, everybody? We're gonna work on the car today. Yeah, I don't have a hat on. Just deal with it. All right, just deal with it. Deal with it. Deal with it. Do it. Do it. Deal with it. Do we have an acquisition to signal over on YouTube? How you guys doing? Well, I think we got enough car parts. I bought enough car parts, you know, because it's cumulative. To proceed. Is the garage frozen shut today? No. I picked a good bit of metal off because it's sunny out, dude. Love the hoodie colors. Oh. Thank you. So we're gonna we're gonna work on fixing the car, and then we're gonna play winter car. It's the winter car special. Or something. Anyway, so I'm gonna go out in the shop. Fantastic jellyfish from this morning from the cave. I missed it. Sorry, I missed it. The winter car daily double. That's right. All right, so I got the shop all ready to go. Let me go out there. We got the leg burner going. And, we're going to do a lot of work up in here today. It might be cutting, and then we got some fabrication work to do. Got some stuff to do. We got to eat some sandwiches. Wait, what? We got the tools. We have the talent. All right. Anyway, let's get out there. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected. What's up? How's it going? We have a signal? You sent a couple photos of the RX-7. Dude, oh, that is lovely, Obsher. Very nice. Very nice. All right, let me get YouTube chat up in here. I only have Twitch chat right now. I'm flying blind. Can't have that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Option, that looks great, dude. Yeah, that thing's pretty mint. Mint. Unlike my steaming pile of Dodge back here. This is the Crew Cab Charger project. If you're not familiar with it, this is my 1969 Coronet 500 that we are modernizing, we'll say. Doing good? Okay, all right. I got an acquisition to signal over on YouTube. You guys are good. Snarf, for what's going on, man? Thank you for those subs yesterday, or the memberships yesterday. I do appreciate you. All right, let me switch over to the big cam here. Front cam. Oh, yeah.
Discovery,
Go at throttle up. What's going on? All right, so once again, if you're unfamiliar with this, this is my 69 Coronet. It's very similar to a Dodge Charger. In fact, the underpinnings are the same. This is a Dodge Charger wheelhouse right there, and Charger trunk extensions and a Charger trunk, right?
It's basically a Charger. It's the same. It's close. Only mine's a crew cab. It's crew cab. It's got 4 doors. All right. This thing also, I am not entirely sure that it wasn't before I got it fished out from the bottom of the ocean. It is, as I like to say, Titanic. Most of this car, when we got it in here, ended up in my vacuum cleaner over there. It's rusty, but we can fix it. Now, if you notice, I did a little bit of cleanup in the shop here. 2 paper notes, 16-month resub Gold Fever out of 22. I have the toolbox over there and it's home, and then I have some cameras on the tripods over there. Yeah, I've got my little tool corner over there, which is pretty cool. You know, that's opposed to, you know, like where I sleep sometimes over there. That's the other tool corner. All right, cool. Wumbo maxing the rust. All right, so let's get the gloves on. We got work to do. Just put the gloves on. Actually, I'd probably put the jacket on. We're gonna be rolling around on the floor. So we have some work to do with the inner rockers today. The inner rockers are under the doors. It's basically the bottom of the door jamb. Now, this car is a unibody car, meaning that the structure of the car is integrated right into the body. It's a, you know, frameless or unibody or whatever you want to call it. And because of this, the underside of the door jamb is carrying, that is the primary structural carrier for the car, front to back, aside from the roof. The roof is doing that too. Some of the structure of the car, to make it rigid, it gets carried through the roof structure here. But most of it gets carried through the bottom there. It basically keeps the front of the car and the back of the car straight to each other. That is really rusty, and yeah, we gotta fix it because it's structural. Yeah, car needs that, it's integral. Now I have the car leveled up on jack stands here, so we should be able to put it all back together and not have crazy problems. But yeah, a lot of that inner, so the rocker is made out of 2 stamped pieces, an inner and outer rocker. The inner rocker basically is a flat piece of metal that kind of looks like this. I'll show it to you in a second. And the outer rocker is a piece of metal that's kind of stamped in a C, and they come together to form one structural piece. Now, the inner rocker is mostly straight, so I can fix that here. The outer rocker, like I said, looks like that. This is the outer rocker. This is a patch panel. The inner rocker basically goes like that. And what it ends up doing is forming a frame rail, or forming a structural carrier. Now this is rusty down there, you'll see, and the inner one is rusty. So we're gonna start not by patching this stuff, we're gonna start by repairing the inner rocker as best as we can and go from there. Don't forget to take the wedding ring off. That is a good idea. We might end up having to do some welding today, so this, you don't want to weld with a ring on unless you feel like arc welding a finger off. Yeah, this goes in the aux box. It is in the aux box. We are good. So, let's get to it. Roger, SCE to aux box. But anyway, I'm sure those, oh wow, dude, you took a lot of pictures. Oh, that looks nice, man. That should have a 13B in it if I'm remembering right. It's like a mid-80s RX-7, very nice, dude. That's a cool car. Is he going to use some Tang tools? Probably. I'm not sure what Tang tools we're gonna use to fix the rocker, but we'll, you know, we'll get there. I do need a hat. I just don't want to mess up my my good hats that I wear on stream. So let me go and find another hat. Do we have another hat here? No. I got a Tang hat there. That might work. Back in the office here. Let me find a hat. Let's be ironic. That's a good idea. Let's be ironic today. Here. Here. We wear this hat. Here. I know you guys can't see. You'll like it. It's funny. Come on, look. This is funny. Here we go. Here's the hat we'll be working with today. Now to work on this beautiful, beautiful Dodge, I got my Ford Performance hat. Now that's the hat. That's the hat. That's a good hat, boy. Dang. All right. More iconic, moronic, if you will. Yes. All right. Ford make performance cars. Oh yeah, they park at your mom's house all the time. You don't notice? Oh, rust. Rust. All right, let's get going. Let's switch over to this camera. So that's primarily where we're going to be working today. This is, yeah, not the greatest. That's where we found the beer can, for what it's worth. Here, let me get right here. There we go. Ah, yeah, okay. So, right here is where we got to do a lot of work. If you look, here, you guys go down a little ways. So, see this piece right here? The inner rocker is supposed to come down and pick up on this piece and go all the way here. That's where the bottom pinch weld is. This is where the outer rocker would attach to, down here. Remember, the outer rocker is kind of C-shaped like this, and the inner one is kind of flat. It's a flat piece. It does have an angle right here to pick up on the suspension point right there. But yeah, we got a lot of work to do. So I'm gonna bring you guys down here so you can see-ish. All right, here's what we're dealing with. So this is where the old part of the unit rocker was. It's torpedoed pretty bad. This is all no good. We're gonna have to cut that out. This is where the old outer rocker was. I did cut it. It was right here. I made sure we got to good metal. This is all good metal behind the tape, but this back here, this is all, we need to make a plate, and we need to zap this thing back in there. That's where the rocker should be. It should be right here. It should go all the way down to this piece. Right there. So, yeah. This suspension mount, this is the forward leaf spring suspension mount. This right here is where the frame rail of the car, you can see it just barely right there. That's the frame rail that we repaired back there. It transfers structure through here to the rockers, and that goes all the way to the front frame rails up there. Now those are hosed, not the frame rails, the cross member piece is hosed. We got to fix that too, but that's for another day. So what I really want to do is get as much of this inner rocker today basically back to good-ish metal that we can butt up against. So we're going to do a lot of grinding today. Sorry, the wire is frayed on that thing. We're gonna do a lot of grinding here. We're gonna try to replace that rocker plate here with something new. Maybe we get to welding if we get that far. Now, this is a center sheet metal piece that's supposed to pick up on the bottom of the rocker, but that's hosed. I might have to zap this thing out and then remake it. I don't know how I'm gonna do the lips. These pieces are beveled. This piece of metal is beveled right there. The beveling is for structure. I don't know how I'm gonna do that unless we figure out a way to make a dimple die, but you know, whatever, we can fix this. I might just cut it out and then just put a piece in here and bend it, right, to make it strong. But yeah, this is roached. We can't do anything with this, at least from here down. So I'm gonna go ahead today and we're gonna zap half of this off from about here down, and then we'll start going about repairing stuff. So the angle grinder is a little bit too much of a coarse adjustment in here. So I got something smaller. I got a smaller cutoff wheel with a Dremel that we can use to zap stuff. LOS, AOS, LOS, AOS. I know the cable is screwed, guys. I know. It's not great. We'll fix it, just like everything else. Here, let me adjust the lighting so we can see what the heck we're doing. Go from there. All right. So, got my cutoff wheel. This allows me to get a little bit, I can get into shorter spaces or smaller spaces with that wheel more than with the angle grinder, because we got to be careful here. There's stuff we got to be cognizant of. You don't want to cut too far into the suspension mounts or anything. Here we go. We get some safety glasses on. All right, what's the tube? That's a gas line. That's the fuel line for the front of the car. Don't worry, it's empty and I already cut into it. I nicked it with the angle grinder. So we needed to replace it anyway, it's rusty, so here we go. So the first thing we'll do is just zap this piece off, ready? Yeah, this might be a little bit on the loud side. Yeah, you know, that's good for it. And that's why you wear safety glasses. Let me go put this back on. Jesus Christ. All right. It unscrewed, the thing unscrewed. I might get the angle grinder for this part because, yeah, that thing is being a gigantic pile of doo-doo. How much did we get at it? Oh, yeah. All right, we're good enough. There we go. Yeah, see? This piece is no good. I tried to sand it down to see where the good metal is, but yeah, this is all roached. Yeah, but that's the fuel line down there. Don't worry, it's empty. It's been purged out. It's junk. I cut through it with the angle grinder. That's why I wanted to use the Dremel, but you know, it's fine. How goes it? Goes all right. I still have the screw for the Dremel, so I'm just gonna re-put this on here, and we can use, you know what? We can use some tang tools to do it. Oh, wah, yeah. Just gonna open up my vise over here. Not sponsored. Hashtag not sponsored. Man, we really hosed that cutting wheel. You know, this is super nice having this here. Not gonna lie. All right, I need a small flathead. No, not you. I still don't know where all of the tools are exactly. I'm still figuring it out, but I got that one on the first try, which is good. It's not tightening. We wallered it out. Thank you, Dremel. Keep up the bad work. For real. That's hosed. Probably me. Probably me that did that. Well, I wanted smaller fine adjustment, but whatever. Let's get the cutting wheel out. Let me get the cutoff wheel. This thing's roached. At least that piece is. So just leave the Dremel over there. It's actually warm today, so it didn't take much to heat up the garage. And by warm, I mean like relatively warm. So I'm just gonna shut that off and close that tank. So we're gonna have to use the big boy grinder, which is fine. It's okay. Wait, I talked to your friend. All right. I have lots of friends, Punzister. What does that mean? Wasn't he going to label the drawers? That's what you guys wanted to do. Wonder where you got such a nice set. Yeah, I know, Doto, and got good friends. You talked to Madford. He was working on a late 90s Land Rover. Okay. Cool. Yeah, Mick, he does good stuff, man. Mick's good people. We like him. Okay. Slightly off topic, do you think they will just slap Raptors on 39 and static fire it, completely bypassing thrust sim after 39.1 had like somebody's 20-something tests? I would go through the whole range. Upgrade for the Dremel easy lock-in kit. All right, I'll check that out later. Yeah, that'd be really nice. Cool. You disagree, they need to pick up the pace. All right. First use of the tools that he didn't even show us. You saw it. It's just, I just used a flathead screwdriver. Oh yeah, stupid man, all right. How good was the flathead? It was, all right, I'm getting back to work, okay? I'm gonna get back to work. We gotta wear hearing protection for this one. So let's go back over to the other camera. And let's zip the rest of this thing. Actually, I got really what I wanted to get at. We could, headphone users, I might just leave that there. I don't want to cut into my nice steel over here. Might just leave it. We should be able to get around it. Yeah, until I get the better Dremel. So now this thing is really, this is really what I want to try and fix today, at least to an extent. Yeah, this thing, not great. Oh, you know what tang tool we can use? Let me get that headlight out. Yeah, I have not charged it, so who knows how long it's going to last. All right. Ha ha. Ha ha, Ed the boy. So look at this. All right. For his next trick, Strimmer Man will cut his car in half. Yeah, dude, look at, whoa, wait a minute. Dude, it's like built into the head strap. Oh, whoa. Yo, this thing is no joke. Is that thin enough for the snips? Yeah, should be. All right, I might just use it without it. Because apparently using it with a hat didn't really do what I wanted it to do. Maybe not. What Dodge are you working on? 69 Coronet. It's a Coronet 500 sedan, dude. I'm going to make this into a really, should be a really fun car to drive. Yeah. I'm gonna get it back to more or less stock, and then we're gonna start screwing around and fixing things, putting more modern components in. But first, I need a good shell. Now, could I have just gone and found a cleaner 69 Coronet sedan? Yeah. But I had this one. And I know nothing about bodywork, but we're learning. So I got that going for me, which is nice. You're here for an early stream. You're getting ready to move from San Francisco to Los Angeles, Twitchy. All right. How many lumens does that put out? I asked because I'm blind. Yes. At least 3. I'm putting out at least 3 lumens. All right. Let's get back to it. Once again, headphone users, this thing gets pretty loud. I'm trying to, it'd be nice if I could get you guys the kind of view that I have. Hello? What's up? No. Bree's here, but she's leaving because my side door doesn't open all the way still.
All right, what's up,
If she says hi, she says bye. You know what? Maybe we can. That's the kind of view that I would want you guys to have. Right there. Hang on, let me just see if we can move the tripod around. You guys need to see what I can see. There we go. Oh yeah, much better. I mean, the tripod leg is still in the frame, but you know. So, see all up in here? We got to clean all this stuff out. Let me just make sure that cable is still working. Yep. All right. So, what I really want to do is right here, I want to make a flat, we need to make a flat cut. That cut is there, but it's kind of crooked, right? The reason why I want this flat is when I go to make the metal piece, if this is a flat edge right there, this needs to be more or less a straight edge. Like if I make it parallel with the bottom, this piece will be easier to fabricate. So, kind of have to, let me get a ruler or just a level, and get one of my many levels and a paint marker, and we'll see if we can get a nice straight line to cut on here. Where's the marker? Okay. So I'm going to make a patch for this. We will replace it. It should be more or less straight. I'm not sure how well you guys can see that line, but all right, we're just gonna have to cut on that line now. I'm wondering if there's any way we could get the light down a little bit. There we go. That shadow's super pronounced, but all right, cool. I got more or less a flat edge to cut up against here. So let's just get in here. Gotta be careful with that part because the suspension mount is there. we go. Okay, much flatter edge now. Let me get my gloves on because trying to grab that thing will cut your hands wide open, trying to grab that little burr. Lovely noise, yeah, you like that? Is level valid being jacked, or is it just using a straight edge to mostly match the front part? I leveled it. I made sure the bubble was straight. I know the car is more or less level. A straight edge is probably a better way to say it, but you know, you pick whatever way makes you happy. Okay? Whatever you want to call it. You want to call it a level, you want to call it a straight edge, you want to call it a banana. You do it. Cool. Just needed to zap that little sucker off. All right, now let me get my deburr. The deburring tool that article gave me. Just clean this edge up. Makes it easier to weld to. Because the grinder leaves a lot of excess metal. I don't know about you guys. I like deburring the edges. I can't stand, you know, if you just reaching around in here, cut your finger on that, or just cut your glove, or glove gets hung up on it. It's just a big pain in the butt. Okay. Now I'm gonna need to do a little bit more work here. Some of the old plate is still attached to that forward suspension mount. We're gonna have to get up in here and just get at it. And then it's a little bumpy right there. All right, headphone users again, just come on, idiot, watch what you're doing. So I made a little bit of a cut mark with the Dremel there before. This is where the Dremel would be very, very useful, but see, I want to get it all the way to here because that's, I mean, there's still a little bit of pitting going on over here, but not too bad. If we can just, see, I want to make sure we get to good metal here. This is good metal. See how it's, well, it's nice and shiny and not pitted and rusty. It doesn't look like the surface of Mars. Yeah, that's good stuff. We want to get to that. I mean, we'll replace from here back in kind of one shot as best as we can, and then we'll I don't know, we'll figure out what we're gonna do further down here. Yeah, it's gonna get fun. It's gonna get fun. It's gonna be a good time. Yeah, especially when we get back here. There's just a little bit of rust on the back of the wheelhouse and stuff. But yeah, you can see that a lot of this car is undercoated, and that's saved a lot of it. But then again, the parts that weren't undercoated were definitely not saved. Like this rocker. This rocker was not undercoated. It was painted, so it rusted. And also, like, look, there's a lot of unprotected metal. This is just bare metal from the factory just chilling back there. Like, it looks like it's galvanized, but it's not. It's just unprotected metal. It's just rusty, which is bananas to me. Yeah, the Dremel would be real nice to fill in the rest of this. Maybe we just do this piece and we get at the rest in a little bit. I don't know. We'll figure out how much we want to do today. Right now, I just really want to rebuild this piece from about here back. And yeah, in order to do that, I'm going to have to get at it with the wheel just a little bit more. All right, headphone users again. There we go. I got it. So see this little tab, this little piece right here? We just got to get that off. I should be able to get some of it with the snips, actually. Yeah. I don't want to drill through the spot welds because all these dots right here, they're all spot welds. See them all up in there? You can tell that it's not protected metal because even after they spot welded, it rusted. So we got to get at a good deal of that. The file works better for a straight edge. Yeah, I could get the files out. Yeah, we could do that too. Here, let me bend this piece this way. Like that. Look, see, freaking gloves with big hands. That happens. Just tears it up. And we'll see if we could just nick that piece off. Ready? Ow. Headphone users again. There we go. Sweet. All right, now what I really need to do is get at this with a flap disc, and we need to just grind off what's left of the original rocker here on the front of, this is the front part of the rear suspension mount. Front part of the front rear suspension mount, that's what that is. So, well, yeah, just bend the fuel line out of the way. I mean, I nicked the fuel line anyway, it's my own fault. You can see them right there. Yeah, when I was trying to make that cut, the fuel line was right there and I nicked into it. But the fuel line was rusty and honestly, it was leaking up here. It was leaking further up anyway. I'll show you that in a little bit. But yeah, we got to repair these inner rockers, so that's what we're going to do. Yeah. Snips might be able to get this piece in the back, Coltec, I'm not sure. All right, let's see if I can, I gotta get my, we gotta get the grinding wheel here so I can clean up that edge like I did here. Give me 1 second, dudes. Just take it off for now. Yeah, it's kind of clipped in certain spots and it goes underneath the car and I don't, yeah, whatever. I'll make a new fuel line anyway, dudes. So I got my grinding, just the grinding wheel here. For now, there you go. Plug this sucker back in, we're going back under. Headphone users again, this one's gonna get even louder. What I'm doing is I'm just getting rid of the excess from the old rocker here. I wanna make sure I have a nice clean flat surface to weld to when we get to that point. Help if I turn the damn headset on so I can see what I'm doing. All right, I'm gonna go at it again. Almost got most of it off. Yeah, that'll work. Ish. Yeah, I should get a little bit more. There's still some of that plate there. I mean, the right way to do it would have been to drill the spot welds out, but I don't want to drill out all of them, so. We'll just do this right. Okay, still a little bit left on the top right. Got most of it. That should be good enough. Yeah. I want to go back in there with a cutting disc and just zap a little bit. That's probably what I'll do. Yeah. But yeah, we do got good metal up here to an extent. What was here, guys, where my hand is, was roached. It was like that. It was, I mean, it's there, but it's pitted to hell, and it's really not going to get you anywhere. Like, I need this. This is a major structural point in connecting the front and back of the car together. The only reason why it's not bending is because the roof. But when the car's sitting on the ground, this needs to be strong. Like, I can't say that enough. That needs to be very strong. Very strong. You can see the front of, this is the front of the rear suspension right there. Yeah, this is why I wanted the Dremel. It would be really easy to clean this up with that the damn thing. But I'll buy those quick change things that you guys were saying, and we're gonna have to cut. We're gonna have to cut here where the rockers are lapped on top of each other. We're gonna have to cut that. That's all. It's all pitted, just like the rest. Like if you see right here, it's pitted from about where my finger is down. We got to cut all that out and we got to replace it. It's junk. From here up though, from about here, so like the bottom of the panel's here. This inch is fine. That's okay. That's about 25 millimeter. And then for another 25 millimeter, it's fine. And then up there, so like we got an inch of good inch. There's an inch here, and then there's an inch here. It's plate kind of goes up and then tilts in, right? That's all fine. Like from here up, it's fine. It's just we need about 2 inches. That's what she said. To really fix this and make this right. But we have the brake. I have the metal brake, and we can do it. So that's good. I just got to make sure that when we put this in, it laps up against this, or it lays up against that flat. The grinding wheel is too coarse of an adjustment to get in there. I'm going to put the cutoff wheel back on. Okay. Are you using the headlamp from Tang? Yeah? What gave me away? Good news, the proposed cap of no more than 50% from one provider seems to be struck down by the Commerce Committee. Good. Yeah, that's not, I see what Jim's trying to do, and I kind of give him the benefit of the doubt, but that's not how you do that. Actually, benefit of cleaning up. I cleaned up everything over here. Benefit of doing that is I found a bunch of really nice cutoff discs. I found a bunch of new ones. They're buried under a pile of scrap metal. I don't know about you guys. I try to do this with the tool unplugged. You don't want to accidentally trigger it while your hands are by the spinning wheel of death. They call these death wheels for a reason. Okay, let's flip the camera back over. Whoop. And let's just clean up that front suspension mount plate. So what I'm gonna do, just gonna go up here. When we go to have this plate on here, I need to have it line up. So there we go. I got most of it. I need to have a lip right here so I can put the plate right up to it. There we go. See how there's a lip? You can see that. See what I'm talking about? See how there's a lip there now? That's what we need. That'll make it so much easier to place this. Excellent, excellent. That's perfect. Yeah, just let me clean this. I'll clean this up just a little bit. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, that's gonna make that so much nicer. All right, excellent. Yeah, very good. Dude, I might just go all the way up to here with that whole plate, right? Just go up to the seam between the two rockers right there, between the two inner rocker panels. Oh, headlamp ran out of juice. I'm gonna have to charge it. Oh. No, it came back on. Oh, all right. Stay on then. Get a good look at a T-bone by sticking my head up a bull's butt, but I'd rather take the butcher's word for it. Yeah. It's got a hand wave function. It might have been that. Oh, really? What is that? What is hand wave function? I don't know, it's working now. I didn't read the manual. Can you tell? Sweet. Where is that ruler? So the bottom of this rocker is basically right here. I'm just using this to kind of see where this needs to end up. All right, so it's basically the bottom of that. All right. So, thing is like back here, where I can't get the cutoff wheel in, we might have to, I mean, got to probably take the tire off And then I probably got to take my my patch piece off back here as well. We should rebuild this first and then get at the back panel as well. I'm just thinking about how I want to go about doing this. Okay. We should do the...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hello? Hey, Hoff. 11-month resub, thank you. I'll admit, this headlamp is pretty sweet. Pretty nice to have. Pretty sweet. See, all these parts, I mean, they do make inner rockers, but this would be so tough to get that piece out. I mean, it wouldn't be too bad, but this is a lot. Like, it's good metal for the most part. We could just replace it like what we did with the rails. I'm just thinking about whether I want to replace that first. Let me think. Let's do this piece first, just this strip right here. Get this all repaired down to the suspension mounts, because that's what matters. And then, like, towards the back. Now, let me talk this out. Towards the back, the reason why I haven't cut this out is because I can't get at it because my replacement wheelhouse is there. So we'll take the wheel and the wheelhouse out, and then what I can do, I don't know if you guys can see all the way back here. There's supposed to be a flat plate right where my hand is, and this panel is supposed to meet that flat plate. The flat plate is the front of the inner wheelhouse. I think we should... Yeah, I should make that piece too, because this, if we end up doing the whole rocker piece, it will butt up against that. So yeah, let's do all that. Let's take this. Let's start taking things apart. Got to take things apart. Yeah. Okay. All right, so let's get the wheelhouse. Man, I'm freaking sweating. That's good, Sad. Nice. Yeah. Some of you Creeper is telling me over that in Twitch chat. Yeah, they got rid of that 50% nonsense. All right. Okay, so I got to take the wheelhouse out. I'm going to take the wheel off, and then, we'll repair the front of that wheel well today too. Let's just do that all now. There goes my PB blaster. So I have bolts that are just holding this thing into position. So actually, you know what? Let's take the wheel. Let's get the wheel off first. Probably be a good idea. Could I use an impact wrench for this? Yeah. Could I use an electric drill for this? Yeah. Am I? No. Nah. Yeah, nah, mate. Man, it looks like someone's been doing burnouts with these tires. That's weird. Wonder who would have done that. Got a nice rear drum brake here. I had a dream about driving this car the other day, amidst my tons of dreams about conveyor belts for some reason. I'm playing too much Factorio. There's no such thing, right? Yeah, that's what you guys are gonna say. Yeah, weird dream. Okay, cool. Let's get the wheelhouse off. There's nothing, oh, there's a clamp that's holding that in place. Yeah, I just have a bunch of bolts holding that thing in place. Ready? Oh. Probably got to take off the extension too, huh? That would make sense. Would you expect anything less? You know, whatever. Just paid like $200 for this. Just drop it on the ground. It's fine. Cool. Okay. Just put that anywhere. All right, let me change the camera for a better angle for you guys, so you can see what the damage is from another angle. Multiple angles. Yeah. How goes the panel buffing? It's good. There's still a lot of cancer. There's a lot of cancer around on this car, but we are slowly getting to the point, Sneaky, where I can hit the car. If I like bash it, no rust falls off. Isn't that great? Okay, so I don't know if you could tell, sneaky, you might be, you know, I know you don't know too much about cars. This part, see this part right here, like not here or like here so much, over here, like not there, but like right here, there's some parts missing. I'm not gonna lie to you, it got a little rusty in here. This should be like down to here. Where my hand is where the outer rocker should be. It should be right here, and it should go up and over like that. I don't know if you guys noticed, that's not there. The other thing is that instead of a rocker being here, I found a beer can and some fiberglass. Yeah, that's not good for the structure, the structural part of the car. That's not great for it. So now I can get at this and snip this with the cutoff wheel. And then I already made the marks for it. What we're gonna have to do is just slice. We're gonna have to get rid of this. I'm gonna have to. There's really no getting around it. Got to get rid of it. I got to make a new plate. Now, the rear pan of the car, this piece, under here, the floor of the car is butted up against this. So we're gonna have to, we might have to just do some surgery here. Now, I mean, we're doing a lot. I'm cutting a lot more of the car out lately than what we've been putting back in. So, you know, that's great. But the inner rocker, all right here, is actually fine. It's okay. It's just down here, and the parts that we were just messing with is really bad. But the reason why I wanted to keep going with this is because the inner rocker at the very edge, it laps around. The edge of the rocker bends around, and then it picks up on the wheelhouse. And then the wheelhouse goes in front like this, and it laps. It's welded to it. It's spot welded to it. Spot welded to it 2 times right there and there. We're gonna have to cut all that. We gotta get rid of all of it. Yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of that. I do have a template. Where are you? I do have a template for what this metal piece needs to look like. See, this piece actually goes over and it picks up on so the inner and outer wheelhouse are 2 pieces. The new piece that I just dropped on the ground goes right here, and this thing laps over it to tie it together. Like basically, it goes this way. I have this curved piece right here to, you know, fix this. And then we gotta weld all this sucker together. I still really don't know what I'm gonna do about this piece right here. This piece needs to go down to the bottom of the rocker. I might just replace it with metal strips and then just weld it and then zap it off as I see fit. Maybe go down with it and make like an L piece that goes like this with a little tab, and so we could pick up on it. But yeah. Here, let me get you guys another view. What this is supposed to look like. Let me get the patch outer rocker. This piece is supposed to be right here. And it's obviously supposed to end right here, but you guys can't really see it. Oh no, yeah, you can. Yeah, it's supposed to be there. So we're gonna have to do a lot of work to get this right. I might need to end up buying another set of these patch rockers because there might be more rocker to patch. Where will the mouse live? Oh yeah, that's a good point. We got to give him some spots. There is a mouse house in the front of the rocker panel, but all right, let me get the cutoff wheel. So anyway, I started cutting. Are tangs being used? Yeah, whenever applicable. Sure. All right, let me get my hearing protection. Don't forget to replace the beer can. Yeah. Actually, I was talking with my dad about this, dudes. You want to hear something interesting? So we found a Coors Extra Gold beer can. Somebody cut up a beer can and used the aluminum piece to back some fiberglass to fix the rocker, right? As far as I could tell, the previous registration on this vehicle was in New Hampshire, right? New Hampshire is in New England. Now, interesting thing. The last registration showed up in 1994, before I registered the vehicle in Massachusetts. The thing is that this Coors Extra Gold wasn't sold in Massachusetts in the 80s and 90s. Coors wasn't here. Coors came around in the 90s, according to my dad. I mean, it could be that, could be wrong, but if, we go and we prove that Coors wasn't here in the 90s, it's very interesting to me because that would mean this car would need to be out west. Coors used to be a local brand for Colorado, so interesting. I don't know. Maybe there's some history to the car that we haven't, we don't know. Frick that piece, we didn't need that. No, let's... Sorry, I'm shooting sparks at you guys. I'll do this way. I'm gonna have to shoot sparks at you, but here, I'll move you guys out of the way. There we go. Okay. Do we rip the Band-Aid off and just cut this whole thing out right now? Should we rip the Band-Aid off? I have the lines to cut. Do it. All right. Okay, here we go. I'm doing it. I'm scared, but hey, not cutting into it ain't gonna fix it. So,
Discovery,
you guys are
go at throttle up.
probably gonna have to go over here. Can you see all right? Hey, D-Pick, what's up, man? All right, so we just got to be cognizant. The rear pan is like right here, and there is a spot weld right there. So what I'll do is I will zip this here like that. Then we'll do a zip right there and then a zip right there. So 1, 2, and 3. Get this cut off from the rear pan, and then we still have to fix all this nonsense up here. So then I'll do 4, 5, and 6, and then we'll just clean off the rear pan flange that's right there. Okay, ready? Headphone users, this is gonna get loud, and this is gonna be a substantial amount of cutting. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Okay, that's cut number 1. Cut number 2. You guys don't like the grinding wheel? What's wrong with the grinding wheel? Yeah. See, that metal was okay. This part is all right, but it's just what it's attached to is just junk. See, you could just see part of the rear pan right there. The rear pan is the floor that the passenger seat is on, just for context there. But yeah, this is that needs to be up there like that. I'm gonna keep that piece right there. All right, so let's do the top. Ready? So cut number 4, cut number 5, cut number 6. Ready? I'm going slow on purpose, guys, so I can make sure I don't want to cut too far. That should be good. All right. I went a little far there, but that's all right. Okay, still got a little bit of a connection there, there, and there. Got it. That's one. I should be able to get at the other ones. Should be able to just bend this out. There we go. You know what? It's hot. That's a really, that's a really good point, chat. It's really hot. Should probably get gloves. I used the screwdriver, yeah. This is more body work. We're not going to be necessarily using the tangs today with that, but there we go. I'm going to keep that piece. Now you can see the rear pan is right there, and I do not want to screw that up. But yeah, you can see there's nothing left of the wheelhouse here either. We can just get at that. There's one spot weld right there, and I think that might be it. I might be able to, yeah, see the rear pan. The rear pan is supposed to, ooh, yeah, there's a pretty good amount of that missing. The rear pan's supposed to go all the way to here. You could see where there's a little connection right where my finger is. Yeah, the rear pan, oh, yeah, we're missing a bit of the rear pan here. That's not great. That's going to be hard to fix. I mean, I'll just, doesn't need to be a perfect representation, but we can. Yowza. Yeah, it got to it right here. See, you can see where the pan is right here. It's supposed to go all the way over to where my finger is. There's supposed to be a flange piece that goes all the way to here. So like, pan's supposed to go all the way out to there. That shouldn't be too hard to fix, but where's my template? My template should line up. Yeah. 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 There we go. Should go right there. I'm just trying to think about how we're going to move that, how we're going to get that pan edge out here, because I don't know if you guys can't really see it from this angle, but here, there's the rear pan is all rusty all up in here. It's pretty rotted. You can see there's holes in the floor. Just a couple. You know, it's not anything we can't fix. But, yeah. You know, maybe we'll do that today too. See, like, all this in here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, peeling this all back is exposing a good amount of fail. Yeah, that's not great. That's all right, but that's what you get with old cars, especially cars from the Northeast. This is why everybody, when they do a project car, they go down south and get it, because they're not an idiot like me and buy it from up north. So this needs to go all the way out to here. We got to bridge that. I don't know if I should just, yeah, I mean, we'll just do little patches. Just make little patch panels and go from there, dude. That might be the best way to do this. And this thing was hanging on by a thread. That thing's no good. Yeah, this car's seen better days, but we'll get it. The rocker, for what it's worth, the top of the rocker is fine. This is actually okay. I'm kind of in shock that it's okay. Yeah, that's weird. All right, let me just do another cut right here. I don't want to go too far with that one, because I don't want to cut up the rear pan any more than it needs to be cut up. But yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of all this, and then I'm gonna have to get rid of all that. I mean, I just really wanted to see this part to see how much this flange here, because the rear rocker goes back and then it turns. I just wanted to get that to see how much of it is there, how far that plate goes. It doesn't go very far, so. You can cut that out. as well. Yeah, see, that's the back of the rear rocker right there. You can see there it just went out a little ways. It's just enough for the wheelhouse to be able to get in on it. Nice. Cool. All right, let me just clean up the back edge here. Just got to get this one last little piece of the wheelhouse here. See if we can just fatigue the hell out of that thing to get it off. There we go. All right. Okay, and then I can take the grinding wheel to the rest of this. Man, this freaking dude. Yeah. And, you know, we can just rebuild that, send it out all the way to here, rebuild the strip where, you know, metal, where my finger is. I'd send it all the way out to there, tie it into this, strip of metal down there. It shouldn't be too bad. I mean, it'll hold, but we just got to get all this scale and crap out of here. And then from here, this needs to go, the rear pan sits on this channel right here. Can you see that? It sits on here. In fact, all of the pans for the car sit in this channel. They pick up right here and they hang on it. This is all caca in here too. That's no good. We're gonna have to flap disc the snot out of that damn thing. All right, well, that's no problem. No thing. I'll get the grinding wheel and we'll clean all this up. All right. I restored a 68 Lincoln, Death. That's awesome, man. Nice. Was it as rusty as this thing? Because this thing is rusty. Spot welds are a pain in the butt. Agreed, I hate drilling them out, so I'm not just gonna get the grinding wheel and just grind the damn thing off. Drilling spot welds sucks, dude. Still snowstorms. It hasn't snowed a lot. Nothing is sticking right now, and Matt's, we had a couple of days above freezing, so snow's starting to melt, which is good. Rear quarters and the dog legs were shot. Yep. Can relate. Why not a band file? The grind, I'll go in there and clean up with the file in a little bit. But yeah, it's just that front piece that you guys see like right there. We just got to clean that up. Got to clean this sucker up. See that? Just got to get this silver piece out. So when I go to put the new panel in, it's butting up against the pan. We need it to do that. Because, yeah, I do like the Flintstones, but I don't need my car to be like the Flintstones and have my, you know, have my legs go through the floor. I don't want that. I don't want holes. in the car. All right, this is going to get involved here. This is going to get involved, so. All right. Gotta get comfortable. Okay, almost got it. You can see we're at the spot weld there. I'm starting to see clean metal on the rear pan flange. Excellent. There we go. Dude, I got the spot weld. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's why I like doing that. Yeah. All right. There's the rear pan. Okay, ready? Let's just clean this up a little bit. Almost got all the spot weld out of there. There we go. Now we're talking. All right. Nice. That's great. That's not, but the rest of this is really good. We got good metal right here. So we're gonna need to basically nick the rear pan off. And what I'll do is I'll make the pan go around and attach all up in there. There we go, man. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to make a cut on the pan that starts, for the most part, like right here. There's pinholes in the floor. So we'll have to zap there, and then zap over there. Let me mark it. So from like here over that part, we got to zap that, and then we got to go from about here over. So we have to go up, over, and up again. But nice. That's really solid. That's good metal. Excellent. Let me just check my template again. So what this is going to look like is we're going to have a strip of metal that goes here, and then this piece is going to come in here after I clean this all up, and it's going to look something like that. Yeah, that's going to look good, man. It's going to look good. Yeah, file would probably not be the worst idea here. Cool. Cool. All right. We finally found good metal. So yeah, see this should go all the way to here. You got to bridge that gap, and then this piece should go all the way to there. Perfect. Very good. Very, very good. Making great, that's good progress, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Good stuff. All right. Let's see. Let me check the template, check against the template again. This is cardboard aided design. It's very, very advanced CAD. Sweet. Yeah, this shape is gonna be, that shape's gonna be fun to make. Especially it's a little bit concave there. I'm just trying to measure cut point to square. Okay. Yeah, this is what this is, man. It's just a lot of going back and forth, cutting and then just checking and cut. Ooh, I see a pinhole in the pan over there. We might just zap that pinhole with the brass hammer and call it a day. Put the brass hammer on the back, build up the weld, and go. Probably clean off this under. But yeah, that's there's no rust here except for the little bit that's on the rear pan. No more. We got all of it. Once again, there's a couple of pinholes. I see a pinhole right there, and then obviously right there. I might just zap that whole rear piece. Hang on, this is the wire cover. My wire cover is junk, so I'm just gonna pull that back. From like here down, should probably zip it good. Yeah, okay. Really should get in here with the wire wheel. That's what we really kind of need. The wire wheel will fix all this and see where I really need to get at. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of pitting going on the top of the rocker from what's left of the rear pan. All right, well, we got most of it. You getting replacement quarters? Yeah, dude. Yeah, they're here. Yeah, these quarters were shot. Look. So I had patch panels on this car. Somebody cut out all the rust and then riveted. They pop riveted a panel, a piece of metal right here, and then like self-tappered it all together. Dude, this was like a self-tapper special. But yeah, that's what's left of the, what's left. And then on the front, on the dog leg, dude, look. I didn't cut that. When I zipped the panel off, I got down to about where all those Bondo shavings are and it fell off. Where is the rocket booster going to be located? Yes. Probably somewhere in the back. That would be useful. Yeah, that whole thing was shot. There was like 20 pounds of Bondo in there, Death. Clean up the rust, they said. It'll be easy, they said. Yeah, right. So the thing is, I'm attacking the worst. This is the worst part of the car, or was the worst. Well, this is one of the harder parts to fix. So I'm getting that stuff done out of the way. That stuff done and out of the way. That is what I'm trying to tell you. Sorry, I can speak English, I swear. We should also clean up the pinch weld here for the door jamb and everything. All right, where was I? Wire wheel. Yeah, let's get the wire wheel out and start cleaning this all up. Is this a Scamp or a Dart? No, it's a Cornet. 69 Cornet, dude. It's a nice car when it's not Titanic. Like, I'm almost expecting Celine Dion to come out. Just be like, my butt will go on. All right, got the wire wheel on there. This is, yeah, this isn't necessarily the best thing, but whatever, it'll work. All right. Okay, let's go. Ready? You getting the respirator on? Yeah, I saw a lot more come off than what I wanted, Mono, so. I got a 3M respirator. Yeah. I don't feel like breathing in rust today. So, you know. Is the driver's side panel pretty much the same condition? The driver's side rear, there's more of it there, if that's what you're asking. That took off a lot of caca. Woof. There is a lot of pinholes back here. Oh man. Oh, that's a bummer. Guys, it's not just here, there's holes all up in here. Gonna have to fix it. Don't really have another choice here now, do we? Do we, Captain? Yeah, this is no good. All up in here, the back of the rocker is struggling. It's a lot. work. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of dim. Here, come here. That sucks. You know, I said at the beginning of this project, if the rear pan is shot, we probably shouldn't work on this car. And the rear pan is pretty shot. That's no good. But we're here. We already put that really nice trunk pan in, so let's go. Good content. It'll make it all the better when we drive this thing back out of the shop. Okay. Okay. How's the... Oh, what the heck happened to this damn thing? Jeepers creepers. This is ridiculous. Now, the pan is pretty much good from here back. That's okay. It's pitted a little bit in here, but if we rust treated and undercoated, it should be fine. It's just bridging this is gonna suck. But that's the way she goes, man. Yowza. Okay, where do you want to start? I should get all this crap off of there, but I'm not sure how we're going to do it. Getting all that pitting out of there. There's still just a big pile of rust right here. And then we got to have a piece that goes and lays on the rocker. Now mostly the rest of this rocker is okay. Seems all right. Let me take a look underneath. Yeah. Some of the suspension mount is a little rusty. I don't know, man. Maybe just buy another one. Maybe we should just buy another and buy an inner rocker. I mean, dude, I want to save this thing as much as the next guy, but, and I don't give a crap about car of Theseus thing, this, so to speak. It's bad. You know, I was all down to repair this thing until I saw this. See all this? You see the hole? I was down to repair the rocker. Now I'm not so sure. Maybe we should replace it. Then again, we just cut. It's only 24 gauge steel. It's very thin. I don't know. What say you guys? This seems to be a recurring pattern. Hey Vert, what's up, man? What do you think? See, I don't know. I've never done an inner rocker, but then again, I never did a trunk pan either. You know? I don't know, dudes. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, this This is usually what happens. I dig a little further into the car, we find more rust, and then I sit here and have kind of an existential crisis, but that's okay. Wouldn't be the first time. That's okay. Woof, this thing is doo-doo caca-poo-poo. I don't think the other side, like, it's like you're saying, Matt, the other side is not as bad. It's really not. It's not as bad, it's there. We're gonna have to take the other side apart like this, so. But fortunately, I don't have to, we won't have to make as many parts from scratch, which is good. Damn. Let's put it this way, you'll find rust no matter what. If you feel comfortable, go for it. If not, don't push it. Yeah. For what it's worth, I think we got to the bottom of it. That's all the rust in this area. We got all of it. I'm pretty sure. And by pretty sure, I mean I know. We got all of it. I know we did. It's just, dang, dude. Dang. I don't know, where do we start? I'm thinking about how I want to go about attacking this. I think we'll get this stuff on the top. Let's change the switch again. We'll get the stuff on the top of the pan first. And what time is it? It's 2. Okay, all right, we got plenty of time. We're good. Got plenty of time till mid-hours and space news. Or actually, I don't know. Maybe we'll just go play Winter Car today. Who knows? So, I think I'll start with putting in patch panels on the top of the pan. Let's get that rear pan fixed, then get the rocker good to go. And yeah, we'll go from there. Cool. Yeah. Man, like I've started going at the rockers, guys, because I needed to make sure that the outer warehouse has something to butt up against. And I needed to do that so I could make sure the trunk extension was right. And I have to do all that to make sure that the quarter panel that we ultimately go to hang on it is going to be right as well. So all of this is to get that quarter panel right. Sucks. But let's get to fabricating and see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. All right, here, let's flip back over to the other camera. So where I'm going to start, let me get you guys in here, inside of the car. We're gonna start down there. I don't like that this wire is sticking around up here like that. I don't like that. Don't like that. Hang on, I gotta undo my spotlight for a second. Because we have to start grinding and patching. Those pieces that you see right there, relatively flat, so they are relatively flat. That's what I'm trying to say. So we should
Discovery,
be
go and
able
throttle up.
to zap all that stuff out and go from there. I'll get the top of the panel done and then we'll work our way back. So let's mark out what we need. Hey Baron, what's going on? Yeah. In the Netherlands, we call that Gettenkas, cheese holes. Oh, you call them cheese holes? We call them speed holes. It's weight reduction, Matt. It's weight reduction, dude. Man, this thing is a freaking mess. All right, so we'll make a patch for here. That's flat, and then make a patch to here, and then we might have to put a little bit of a bend in it. These are the suspension mounts. So we got to make sure that we can get at those well. Let's bend this back up. Anything fun under there? No, not really. All right, well, let's get the marker, and I will mark out what we gotta do. So for right here, I'm thinking, got to be cognizant of the spot welds. This piece goes like this way, like that, and it seems to have some caca come up against it. So what we should do is we'll do just a little patch panel, not anything big, just something like that. Just, you know, we could zip that out with the cutoff wheel. Can you guys see the paint marker? Hold on. Oh, not really. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. So we will, oh, there's also a little bit of pitting right there. I might be able to just zap that up with the welder, because I do believe that you have my stapler. Yeah, that's butted up against the suspension mount. So, you know, we'll just put a special custom one-off spot weld there. So I'll zip that out with the cutoff wheel, clean this out, put a new plate in, and then we tack it in the corners, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then that fixes that. There is a little bit of pitting over here on the seam. Just should be able to zap that in. This is, you know what I'm noticing, dudes? This panel, I'm looking at the thickness of the metal over here where it's nice and clean. It's 16 gauge steel, so it's thick, like the trunk pan. That'll make this, it's easier to weld. You're less likely to blow through. Now, over here, this is going to be a little bit tough. What we're gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to get basically all of this right here. All of this is no good. All of that is no good. This one has a spot weld right there and right there and right there. So we got 3 spot welds that we're gonna have to, I think I might just cut around them and then grind them off. That seems to have worked well in the past. Once that is all fixed, once we got these patched up, then we can go to repair the part by the wheel well, which is over here. Now these tabs, just in case anybody is wondering, these tabs are to hold the wire channel in place. My wire channel is hosed. That thing is way broken. You can see it broke off the tabs. So we don't need to worry about that. But speaking of that, there is another little thingamajig over here that we probably should weld that up, but that would require me getting this thing out of here. So that's probably what I'll do. Yes. Yeah, that's the thing about metal, you know, you don't want to cut like right here and right here, because you don't know if there's pitted metal behind the paint there. You just want to cut out to make sure that you're all the way at good metal. The other thing is that there's a little thingamajig right here, and this suspension mount goes this way, like that. And they meet right here and go to the frame rail, which is right there. Well, the leaf spring mount is right here, and then it goes to the frame rail over there. Yeah, this is just crap getting up in there. See, I don't. So what this is road salt getting up in here, in between the panel. It's getting in between the panel and the floor. But that you're only going to kick up road salt that way if you're in reverse. This is the modified version at NASA that has been released. Oh. Subject to the availability of appropriations. All right. The administrator may seek to fund an alternative technology to replace the EUS if the administrator determines that the EUS under section 10812B of the public law are unlikely to achieve the mission goals of the Artemis campaign. Wow, dude. Wow. Or backing down a boat ramp. Yeah. Rarest, I believe that this, yeah. I can't believe it, Baron. He has Congress's support. Holy crap, dude, that's nuts. Anyway, oops, sorry, this isn't a steak. No, it's a car. I could put some cumin on my car if you want, Von Zister. Anyway, yeah, Rarest, I firmly believe that somebody was using this car to tow a boat around and backed it into the ocean a couple of times. That's the only way that explains just the catastrophic amount of rust that I found back here. Now, once again, these B-bodies rust. They do. That's what happens. They rust. They rust from the inside out. Chrysler's trying to keep it cheap, so they didn't really coat anything. Like this had undercoating from a dealership on it. Somebody ordered it with undercoating, and the problem is that they didn't undercoat everything. They missed, and the parts that they missed are gone. Yeah, but you know, on top of the normal spots where it rusts, Rarest, there's just weird spots. I've never seen any Mopar. I mean, keep in mind, I haven't seen many like out in the wild, right? But I've watched a lot of videos, watched tons of videos about fixing these things. I've never seen it rust on top of the front rear suspension perch. That's very strange. That's a weird spot. Rockers on these things, they go. It happens. Trunks, they go because it leaks. The roof, the trunk seal leaks, it fails, and water starts dripping in there, and it pools in there, and that's the end of that. Wheelhouses go, that happens. All that happens. But not over there. That's just such a strange freaking part. Mazda was really bad about not cleaning out the flux when welding either. Yeah, Blark, you see, this is kind of a mask-off thing with the automobile industry. Now, keep in mind, this car is from a half century ago. Like, I get it. But, yeah, this really, they skimp wherever they freaking can. Like, even in the 60s where these cars are pretty well made. This one's okay. It's not bad, but damn, dude. It was still made by hand. I looked at these cars like 35 years ago. Most were rusted in some way, yeah. The front of the car is quite clean and the back is rotted away. That's, yeah, I still can't figure that out. Yeah, that's the thing, guys. The car has rust up front in the normal spots, but for the most part is pretty clean up there. It's just the back of this car is just hosed. There was nothing here when we started. There was nothing salvageable in the back. I had to rebuild the frame rails. Like, this car should have gotten new frame rails, but the frame rails were pretty good up until about here back, and then they were terrible. Like, so I just rebuilt that part and kind of called it, you know, kind of went from there. Sorry, I'm just getting something to drink. Yeah, it's just, this is just, it's rusting. It has rust in the normal spots, but there's also a lot of rust in really abnormal spots. Rarest, I think the more I think about that theory, I think that's right. I think this person was using this car to tow a boat around, and they were towing a boat and putting it in the ocean. So this thing like got submerged in salt water a couple of times. How do you know it's been in water? Clayton, do you see this? Look at that. So that's from inside of the car looking down. Look at the rear pan, dude. How does it rust there? Like, What's that a picture of, sister? Nice. Did you pay much for this car? No, no. Clang bang, I bought this car in 2013 for $1,400. I would say it's probably not worth $1,400, granted with how bad it is, but what this car has going for it is that it's mostly complete. Everything is here except for the rug and the headliner, or well, and the parts that are rusted. It has all the knickknacks on it. That's what makes this car useful. In like the regular car, like late 60s Mopar, this is a part out. This has a good trunk pan, or a good trunk. We don't have to fix nothing on this. The trunk's fine. Deck lid is perfect. It's in mint condition. Like you can still see the paint on it. The deck lid's good. It's got all the door, like all the ashtrays and stuff. It's got a full dash, a full Mopar original dashboard. No one screwed with it. It's got all the electronics actually worked on this car. It'll run right now if I hook up the battery, right? It's got the front quarters, the front quarter panels. They don't remake those. They don't remake the front of this car. My hood is in good condition. That hood is worth $1,000. Or that's the camera that's on. That hood's worth $1,000, easily. I have all the front grille components. My front bumper is intact. My front bumper brackets are intact. Dude, I could part this car out and make like 5 to 10 G's, easily. But I don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. I could, eventually. And I have the Coronet 500 trim, which is pretty sought after. Because the 500, so the 500 trim is the same as the Coronet RT in some areas. So like, okay, look over on my back wall over there. See that thing? The tail panel? The tail panel, they don't remake that. That's not a reproduction part. They don't make those. That's a Coronet 500 and Coronet RT rear tail panel fascia. That is worth a lot of money, dude. So like, the car is worth way more in parting out. The reason why I got it for such short money is because the guy didn't want to part it out because it was too complete. Everything is here. There's nothing missing. Like, except for the rusty parts, right? Like, it's got all the parts. Dude, when I got this car, it even came with the factory Dodge Division hubcaps, dude. Look at these things. The hubs are in mint condition. Like, there's nothing, look at that. It's still got, this is paint. It's still got the paint on it. Yeah, dude, I have all the hubs. I have all the hubs. I have all the trim. That's all worth a lot of money. Like, seriously, go look at what Mopars, like a 69 Coronet 2-door, a lot of the parts change between the 2-door and the 4-door, like the tail panel or the hood or the deck lid. That's all worth a ton of cash. Yeah, it's funny because the car's worth more in pieces than it is in one piece. Weird, huh? The right move, what I really should have done, but once again, I wanted to learn, right? I want to learn. I'm going to rebuild this shell. I'm committed to it, guys. I'm not going to abandon the project. Hell no. We're not pillar of autumning this thing. If you know, you know. And I will finish that someday. I'm not doing that. I'm fixing it. I'm here for the long haul, so don't worry. We'll get it done. It's a lot of work, but the whole exercise here is to learn how to make stuff out of metal. Learn metal fabrication. That is why I do it. That is why I'm doing this. What would have been the smart thing to do, and I said this in episode 1 of this series, smart thing to do, find a 2-door shell. It is a little bit more expensive to find one, but if I find a 2-door shell with no rust, I can just transfer all the parts from this car to that car, and then that makes a really cool car. 2 things why I didn't do that. First one I already told you. I want to learn how to make stuff out of metal. What do I know about metal fabrication? Nothing. But I have press brakes here. I have my wheel over there. I have a bending kit. I have all the stuff here that I need to do it right because of you guys. And I have a freaking really nice toolbox over there to put all my tools in, and have all the tools. And like, I want to learn. I want to do it. I want to figure this out. So when a two-door car does come around eventually, we'll be able to fix it. All right, whatever. No two-door will be too far gone for us because we fixed this pile of crap. Why not go to a technical school for body work? Yeah, Pone Sister, okay, one, that costs money, right? It costs money to do that. Could I do it? Yeah. Should I do it? Yeah. Second of all, you guys are a good teacher. You guys are a good teacher. Oh, there you go, Cathop. Nice. No, Pone Sister. No, let's learn. You can learn. Metal, dude, I've learned a ton from the internet already. There's really good teachers out there. If you want Junker Up by Chris Birdsong, specifically restoring these cars, I learned so much from that channel. And then Paintucation with Kevin Tates. Those two, I learned so much about this dude. Like, I can do it. We can do it. We've been doing it. Look at the trunk pan. That trunk pan is perfect. Dude, a technical school is not going to teach you that any better, dude. I'm good. We're good. We'll learn. I learn a ton from you guys. I'm not even kidding. I need another cough drop. Give me a second. I'll get this, guys. I'm gonna do it. We'll get this car back to a good shell, and it'll make it that much better when we drive it around. It'll make it that much cooler. So, yeah, with that being said, I've already burned 15 minutes. Let's get back to work. I remember when getting the throttle pedal was a huge accomplishment for you. Now look at where you're at. Yeah. Channel your inner Mark Warman. Actually, Graveyard Cars is where I learned a lot about Mopar history. Yeah, dude, you don't need to. There's plenty, like, okay, here's the other thing. Second part of that, Pone Sister, I have a shop. I have a damn shop. You guys did pay for it, all right? Like, this is not, I would not have this if it wasn't for the stream, all right? One, I'm gonna put it to use. Two, if you can't figure out how to repair this with everything that I got here, you don't belong in a garage, all right? Can't find the right tool in here, Mr. Arizona, you don't belong around a car. So, nah, no technical school. I don't need anything like that. I figured, dude, I learned how to weld. We learned how to do all this stuff, right? Let's do it. Man, now you got me fired up. You got me all fired up. You got me all fired up. Let me get my cutoff wheel and we'll zap these, we'll zap the cancer out of this thing. Sorry, I just need a glove to... That quarter panel would scare the crap out of you. The other thing is, guys, is, well, you guys know, I come from the computer world. I come from the computer world, specifically 3D in CAD systems. I know how to work in a 3D space. CAD systems are based off of metalwork. Seriously. Revolve, bevel, extrude, stuff like that. It's all based off of metal fabrication. So, yeah, this shouldn't be too hard to translate some of that 3D knowledge. Shouldn't be hard. Where's my grinding wheel? There it is. So we'll get it. We'll get it, dudes. Yeah. This wheel doesn't have a lot of meat on the bone. I thought I just had a better wheel out. Whatever. This wheel's good. What's that, Baron? What do we got? Wow. I can't believe they actually did it. I can't believe that. I can't believe they actually canceled it. That's kind of a shame. It's kind of a shame, dude. Not gonna lie to you. That's kind of, I don't know. Let me put it this way. Jared better be freaking cooking, man. If they're gonna cancel the upper stage for 1B, they better be cooking. You best be cooking, dog. Everything that I've seen suggests that they're going to get rid of the EUS and replace it with something better eventually. Post standardization. Even get an off ramp from Gateway there. Yeah. Phil, yeah, I don't know. SLS with that Centaur on top is kind of useless, except for just putting people out there. I would really hope. Okay, here's what I'm hoping for. A nuclear EUS. Yeah. It could be nuclear electric. I don't give a frick. I don't care. Use the core stage and the SRBs to at least do something cool. Like, please. Please. Like, you could go a lot of different places with this. Yeah, but I am kind of bumming that they dumped the EUS, the ESA, the Universal Stage Adapter, and ML2. That's I don't know, man. Let me put it this way, like, I hope you got something. I hope you got something in mind, because every time someone is done, guys, I'll be honest with you. I like Rook. I like Jared. I think he's a good dude. Every time someone has done something like this in the past, it's never worked. I'm just saying. Every time someone has done this in the past, guys, I'll be honest, this is like Constellation tier cancellation. It's pretty bad. However, the commercial market could take over, and that's okay, I guess. But yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Everyone that has tried to do what Jared has done, what Jared is doing right now, has failed miserably. In fact, this is what led us to SLS in the first place. I've said this many times. You don't need to hear it. Let's get back to cutting. Well, I'm feeling it, dog. All right, so we need to make a slight incision here. Yes, we got to make a slight incision. Lunar program is toast. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, dude. All right, so let me get my incision marking device. Yes, I don't know why I'm talking like this. All right, so the first patch is this. We're gonna have to zip this bad boy out of there. Good. Our first catch of the day. Sir, rebel ships inbound to our position. Good. Our first catch of the day. All right. Make sure I got plenty of slack here. So let's, I've been trying to get into a habit of planning how I'm going to cut this. So I'm thinking just a little zippity-doo like that, a little zippity-doo like that, a little zippity-doo-dah that way, and a little zippity-doo-dah that way will do us right. All right, headphone users, this gets loud, so just be advised. Got it. All right, second cut. Okay, first and second cut, we're good. Now, let's do the third and the fourth. Sparks in my face. All right. Ow, right in my eye. Well, you should have been wearing safety glasses, man. Oh, yeah, see, look. There was nothing left of that. It just popped right. Look. I don't even have to pull it. There's nothing there. Oh, geez. Yep, see? Stuff got, look it's just road salt and stuff. Look at the backside of that plate. Look at that. Dude, yeah, see? Look at how thin that freaking metal is, dude. Oh, man. All right, where does the rust go? That's right, it goes in the square hole. So I did cut a little bit over there. That's okay, we could just zap that in with the welder. Man, this is 16 gauge steel. There's nothing here. How does this even happen? Well, salt is the answer to that question, but. All right, let's just poke around here. Yeah. Wow. Dookie shoes. This is some doo-doo butter. There's doo-doo butter everywhere. All right, we're gonna have to clean the top of that suspension mount, dude. I don't feel like taking the cutoff wheel off again, so maybe we should just cut the rest of this. Save ourselves some time. Why don't you just blow my brains out now and save yourself some time? Yeah, let's yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. More cutting. Yeah, Butcher, that's right. All right. Here we go. So let's plan this out again. I'll probably go that first. This one is going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt to get to because there's a car in the way for a change. That one shouldn't be too hard. All right. Ready? That's it, men. Let's do this. Will we be able to cut out this metal? Two things kept jarring my mind. Will we be able to save this car? And why did I bring helium instead of air? All right, let's see where that gets us. Yeah, there's just really nothing left here. Look. Oh, man. Yeah, there's... It's kaputt, chat. It's kaputt. That's as thin as tinfoil. Come on. There we go. Nice. Okay. Not too bad. I was worried about the top of this suspension mount, but it's okay. It's actually not bad. It's just pitted a little bit, but she's still strong. Oh yeah, she's good to go. She's good to go, bud. Oh yeah. Killer. Killer. Drop the check tomorrow. All right, now I don't know how I'm going to get at this. I can't really get at the grinding wheel here. Actually, I don't know if that's 16 gauge steel. It looks like it might be 24 from the thickness. Yep, just actually the inside of the rocker looks okay. It is a little pitted, but that's undercoating. It's not as pitted as you think, because that's just the undercoat. All right, cool, not bad. It is pitted over there. That's no good. We're gonna have to fix that. There's a little channel in the thing right there for that to ride on. Okay, she ain't too bad. I don't know. I'm still debating whether I should replace the rocker or not. I don't know. Maybe. But see, that's just these are fairly flat pieces of metal. That's no big deal. It's just this part right here that's going to be a little bit of a pain. Especially between the spot welds. I don't think I can get the wheel in there. Actually, let me just check. Can we get the wheel in there if we go this way? Nope. Can we get the wheel in there going that way? Nope. Too big. Too big. That's why I wanted to get that damn Dremel thing. The Dremel would be good for just precision stuff like this. Now we still gotta get that off, but I'll do that with the grinding wheel. But yeah, this is okay. It's not a big deal. These are just flat plates. Just flat plate there, flat plate there. Then we gotta figure out what the hell to do with that. We gotta also, I'm gonna grind all this off, clean it, and then spray it with Steel It weld through primer. It's interesting because over here it looks like it's 16 gauge steel. It looks like it's thicker. Over here it's thinner. That might be because of the pitting. Oh no, it's okay. Cool. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna get the rest of this crap off. Maybe if I can do another horizontal cut right here, dudes, like that. That probably will get us home. All right, headphone users. You know I'm surgical with this thing, chat. There we go. There we go. See, this I can weld to. It's going to blow through a couple of pieces there, but that we can weld to. That's all right. Yeah, not bad, dudes. Not bad at all. Yeah, we can plate this. All right, let's get the file out, like you guys were suggesting. Where are your hand snippers? They're not in my hand, so I'm probably not doing that right. Yeah, what Rare said, Couchy, is where we're at, dude. Cool. All right. Now we get the grinding wheel and we grind the piss out of that thing. Actually, I might be able to use a cutoff wheel to zap it. That's what I'll do. All right. Let's I'm going to do one zap over the spot weld that way. I'm going to make kind of a crisscross on it and see what it does. Ready? So I put that little crisscross in there, and we should, these pieces, we should just be able to pull them out. Nope. Oh. Yeah, it didn't really do everything that I wanted it to. But, you know, maybe the hammer and chisel. Use your new chisels. Yeah. Let's get some tang tools out here, Bri. Let me get my new chisel and my new ball peen. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah. Well, that made quick work of that, huh? That's kind of a bad angle. Well, we got one of them. Got another. That's actually that's a really nice pick. Dude, look at that. It got it. All right. Nice. Yeah. Dude, the hammer, the tang hammer and chisel, very good. Wow. I'm impressed. I mean, we're doubting by any means. Damn, dude, that thing ate that thing. Yeah, that's really good, dude. Yeah, I should be able to get the rest of this with the flap. Actually, I don't know. Should we use a flap disc or? Actually, the wire wheel should be good. Nice. Actually, really happy with that. Good, good. All right. Let me get the stainless steel wheel. Sick. Sick. Sorry. Hey, how you doing? Yeah. So we'll get the real scaled destroyer right here. This thing gets all the rust off. Hey Wraith, what's going on, man? Or I could just drop it, you know, whatever. This thing wrecks. All right, ready? Flip back over here. Let's clean this off. And get ourselves some scale cleanup. Ready? That didn't take very long. I found more. Found more rust right there. That's good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to replate that. Gotta get the grinding wheel. It didn't get, I didn't get all that spot weld off. Let me get the grinding wheel real quick. Unplug the tool. There we go. Plug it back in. All right. Just gotta grab that with a grinder. Ready? There we go. Cool. All right. Unplug the grinder. All right, let me get some steel it on this. Yeah. Actually, we should probably, I mean, it's, yeah. Flap disc wouldn't hurt, especially if we're gonna hit it with the steel it. I'm just looking around to see if there's any other rust hanging around in here. I mean, there is, but it's not too bad. Can you explain a shaker hood to you? Shaker hood is a hood that has a hole in it for a hood scoop, but the hood scoop is attached to the motor. So when you open up the hood just has a giant hole in it, and the scoop is attached to the motor. Yeah, that's what a shaker is. The reason why they call it a shaker hood is because it shakes. It looks like the hood shaking around because the scoop and the air filter is all attached to the engine. Which is shaking around. There we go. Now we're talking. Excellent. Hey, that's not in that bad a condition, dudes. It's pretty good. It's pretty strong steel for the suspension, so. Oh, nice, Ryan. There we go. All right, let me get some Steel-It. This is just weld through primer. Just gonna. That Steel-It's on its way out. The can's almost empty. Actually, both of my cans are empty. We're gonna need more Steel-It. Dang, damn. All right, cool. Now let's get the tape measure. And we measure how big these plates need to be, give or take. Doesn't have to be perfect. It's about 5 inches on the dot. 1 3/4. So this one's 5. It's actually almost 5 inches exactly. That's weird. I eyeballed that. Yeah. Two and 5/8. So 5 by 2 and 5/8. Okay. Floor has rot too, huh? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna fix it. So 5 inches by 2 and 5/8. What metal should I use? I'm gonna use, I'll use my thicker metal. I'll use the 16 gauge stuff. It's over here. We'll use the thick steel. This is my thick boy steel. Let me move the tail panel out of the way. We'll use this to patch this. This is heavier stuff. It'll just, yeah, it'll be easier to weld it. Okay. Let me see if the DSLR camera works. Give me 1 second. Whoop. Is this camera working? Hello? This thing really doesn't like doing that. Why? Oh, the wireless transmitter ran out. Hang on, I have another battery for it. Give me a sec. Camera will update here. Come on. Doesn't like that. Yeah, I saw it, Corsi. Yep. Well, that camera, I don't know what to do with that thing. It doesn't really want to ever work. We'll figure it out. So, guys, what I'll do is I'll clamp that piece of metal, measure it up, cut the plate, and then we'll see how that first plate fits. Crap, that's gonna have to be coated in steel it too. At least you have the Vivitar. Yep, there's the Vivitar. Yeah, see, I'm cutting the metal here. Yeah, the Vivitar just really wants to let you know all the things that it has. So, you know, it's good. Sounds like part store run. We'll make sure the car doesn't drive away. I don't think it's going anywhere. You can't buy steel it at the store. Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy more. Sounds like a time to get a new shop camera. That's a DSLR, Bree. That's the problem. But it's a DSLR that I have transmitting wirelessly. I don't know. It might be better to just wire it and then call it a day. But yeah, I can't really get that thing to output a good signal. I can't really get the signal just right, you know? But, yeah. Well, let's cut the plate out and we'll see if it fits. Let me unplug my angle at the dangle grinder. Vivitar Naish. Vivitar evolves from Larvitar. That evolves from Benatar. Pat Benatar. over here. Five inches by 2 5/8. Let me measure again. Actually, 5 by 2 1/2 would be better. That leaves a lot more space for the weld. We can use the brake for this. Oh, we can use the brake. Hell yeah. That's a good idea. Nice. Nice. Let's go back to the Vivicrap. So I have a brake, a press brake, so I can break the metal so we can get a nice clean edge. Yeah, it's right there. See that blue thing right there? All right, Matt, see you, buddy. So let me, you know what? Let me just mark this. I'm just gonna mark it, and then I'm gonna go see how that press brake works. I don't need to get the grinding wheel out, which is superbly useful. So I'm going to mark 5 inches, and then we go 2 1/2 there, just make a bunch of dots. Cool. Now let me get a ruler, get my ruler and my T-square, right? This. Give me a second. Sweet. Okay, so I should be able to use the metal brake and get that thing made. So I don't really have a camera over there, guys, but yeah, it stomps the metal and cuts it. It's really nice because it gives you a nice straight cut. So I should just be able to doesn't want to break. It might be having some trouble with that 16 gauge steel. Give me 1 sec, dudes. Clamp it. Clamp it. All right, there we go. Ready? Come on. Oh, she doesn't want to go. It really doesn't want to bend this, to break this 16 gauge. It tried. It got some of it. Damn. Let me try it again. Come on, break. It won't do it with this, with the thicker steel. This brake isn't good enough. And it's not the brake that did anything wrong. It's me for thinking that it could. Yeah, it tried. It got a little ways there, but it didn't do all of it. I'll just zap it with the grinding wheel, dudes. It's easier. We'll just do what we've been doing. That brake's for 24 gauge steel. It'll work with smaller pieces, but not this one. All right. Heat the bend. Yeah. I'll fiddle around more with it, Aqualux, off stream, so I can figure out if I'm doing something wrong, which is most likely. But for now, we'll just do this way. Okay, headphone users. See, that's why I didn't want to putz around with it, because there you go. You could just weaken the bend with a cutting wheel and give it a weld to reinforce it when you got the angle. Well, I was trying to cut the metal. I wasn't trying to bend it. Just getting the burr off. There's all this there's little bits of excess metal. You see it right there? Just got to get rid of it. You don't want this burr here when you go to weld it, because it's gonna, well, at least I don't like it. It gets in the way. But yeah, that's pretty square. See how she fits. Not bad. We got to zap off a little bit on one side. I should have gone to 2 5/8. Yeah. Getting weld in there is going to suck. Just zap a little bit off one side, a little bit more, and then we're gonna have to build up weld in there. No problem. A burr, yeah, the burrs mess with the puddle, exactly. That's what I was trying to say. Almost got it. Just got to get a little bit off there. I'm a little bit worried about the gaps on the sides, dudes. Yeah, I didn't cut it. I didn't cut it particularly straight. Front to back, though, we're golden. That's a little bit of a wide gap. I should be able to bridge that. Over here, though. Yeah, not bad. By the end, what percentage of the car will be weld bead? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, front to back, though, we're good. You want to leave a little bit because you want the weld to go through, right? But that and this up here is not ideal. Like if I move this up to the point where I'm comfortable with the gaps on 3 sides, that's what happens over there. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, see the bottom? Not good. Honestly, I'd redo it. Yeah. Yeah, we'll remake it. I'll use this. I'll cut this thing up to make this over here. And then probably that over there. We can cut it up to redo that. Okay, let me go in here. And if we do up that way is fine. It's just down here that we're gonna need. I'm gonna scribe in because I know that bottom is a straight edge. Yeah, that's gonna get what I need to cut. There, much straighter. I gotta get a little bit more just in the corner right there. There we go. You need to take off a little bit more on the edge over here. I'm using the straight edge of the first plate, guys. Using the straight edge of the first plate to just check for straightness on that edge. It's pretty good. All right, cool. What do we got now? So 3 3/4. Actually, so from edge to edge, it's 3 7/8. So yeah, 3 7/8 will probably do. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We'll go 5 by 3 7/8. Next time you go into those patches, you could try putting the stock over the area you're cutting out. Oh, yeah, there was nothing left, though. That's the problem. The hell did I cut it to? Hold on. Two and 3/4. 2 3/4 will do me right. It might leave the gap just a little bit big in one area, but 2 3/4 is fine. Just making the marker lines. Trying my best just to keep everything nice and square. There we go. Nice. Do a CAD template. It's not really complicated enough to do that in my mind. I'll just cut it, dude. We're good. It's not like I'm not going to end up using that steel anyway, man. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. All right, let me cut this sucker out. Okay, ready? Here we go. Okay, I got one. Yep, that one's got the extra bits. Nice. Control C, Control V. It is truly easier to do this on a computer. Like way easier, but. How did that fit? How does that fit worse? I don't, what? Is that the first panel that we worked on? I don't know, maybe this one is. What? I don't. What the hell? Oh my goodness. Maybe I've inhaled too many paint fumes. It's not even close. That's too much. There's no way we're gonna bridge that freaking gap. How did I make it worse? How did I make it worse? What the hell? Oh man, this panel would be money. We could brass hammer this, but the problem is getting the brass hammer in there. It's an old welding trick that I was taught. You put the brass, because it's non-ferrous, you put it behind it and it gives you something to build up the weld against. I mean, this will make it, it'll make it superbly strong. Should have done that the first time. How did I make it for freaking worse? Recut, 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 recut. I don't get how I made that somehow worse. Can I not read the frigging tape measure correctly, or like, I don't know, I don't understand. Templated? Whatever. Why do I suck? Where did I put my dang skeezers? That's what I hate about cleaning up. Clean up everything, you freaking can't find the tools. Oh, where the heck are the scissors? I know where they are. They're in the office. I have no idea why they're in the office, but I know they're in the office. Shy, if this is what you were saying do before, yeah, you were probably right. Yeah, you were probably right. Okay, I cut it out and, ooh. That looks pretty good. Need that to tell for orientation. Yeah, I think it was upside down. It's this way. Yeah, that has the paint on it, so it would have been like this. This is how we did the original impression. Okay. Just got to snip a little bit over on one side. Arts and crafts time, bros. It's a pretty good fit. Any of this other stuff, any of the other paper that I cut out, does that fit? This one is good. I'm happy with that. Whether I can cut that to that remains to be seen. Just gotta do a little bit more snipping on the other panel. That's pretty damn close. I'll trim out a little more with the wheel because I already made the cuts. That piece is pretty damn close. Cool. All right, I got my two pieces. Let's go do this. All right, let me get the marker. Nothing a file can't fix, yep. Can you make the plate slightly oversized and weld it on top? Yeah, you could. Yeah, Shy, this was a better idea. I thought I could do it, but I guess not. I'm transferring the CAD onto the metal plate. Okay, it's cutting time. Okay, that's one. Yeah, I like this way better. Just marking it, which side is the top. It's pretty close. Yeah, that's actually pretty damn good. So how you figure it out? Well, sure, yeah, you called it, man. All right, let me, I'm gonna put this on the bench grinder to get all the burrs off of it. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm just getting all the burr out. Don't worry, that was just the plate getting stuck. It wasn't my fingers. Yeah, just using that to get all the burrs off of this thing. There we go. All right. Let's see how she fits. Much better. There's still some little bits and pieces that we're gonna have to file off, or just sit on the bench grinder and have some fun. Actually, you know what I can do? Just mark. Just draw on the edges with this, and that should be able to give me all the extra spots. There, because it's not a perfect square, that's the thing. So put the paper over it and see there's a little bit extra right there, and then there's a little bit extra right there. Just zippity zap it real fast, and then we'll do a test fit. There, I got a lot of it off one side. There we go. Nice. That was actually a lot nicer. I got most of that paint out of there. All right, cool. Let's test fit this sucker, dudes. Whoop. Nope. Well, that's a little bit better. It might be a little bit too tight. Actually, from you guys' angle, that looks really good. Huh. Why does it look so crappy for me then? No, we still... Got to file off one side. Let me get the file. Almost there. Just a little bit right there. Over there. There we go. All right, let's try again. Nah. I'm just gonna take a little bit off of over here on the bench grinder. Just a smidge. Probably about like a 1/16 of an inch at best. All right, see where that gets us. Close. We're not. We're almost there. This is so close to being right. I'm gonna zip off a little bit more on this because I can't file right there because the suspension part is in the way. Got to take a bunch off of the top of this, just a smidge. Just a smidge. Okay, that was a very liberal application of the bench grinder, so let's see if it fits now. You don't want to take off too much too fast, because then it won't really do what you want it to do. Yeah. Cool. Good gap all around on 3 edges. Oh, yeah, we gotta. Yeah. All right, let me get the marker. Yeah, this way is much better than the other way. So anything that's on one side of that marker line is going to be what we're going to have to zap off. Yeah, you just got to be patient with getting this right. Hey, Isabel. What's up? It's mostly stuff right there. Bench grinder. Bench grinder. I'll just take a little bit more off the top, probably another 32nd of an inch. Shouldn't be much. All right. Yes. There it is. Oh, we're so close. That's so close to being perfect. Maybe just a little bit more with the bench grinder. You got a message. Might be important. Ooh, Bree's got dinner for me. Whoa. Let's get this thing fitted and then go from there. Okay, one more try with the old bench grinder and let's see what we got. I'm gonna take just a little bit off on the bottom here. That's just, just a little bit, just so I can get the weld in there. It's just overlapping a little bit on that corner, just a smidge. Okay, I just took a smidge off that corner. That is one crazy, crazy sounding didgeridoo. Just this edge. That edge is good. This is all fine here because we'll zap it up against the rocker. That's good to go. We don't really want to be touching there, but this is all good. That's fine. Just this back edge, particularly over here. See if we can file it out. Listen to this didgeridoo. Good. So you don't want it to fit super snug. You want to have some play back and forth. The reason why is so the weld can penetrate. That's pretty damn good, dudes. It's butting up right there and right there. So let's just, right here. You see how we could put the plate in there now and see how it can move around just a little bit? That's good. That's what you want. Yeah, baby. Still touching a little bit right there. I'd say that's a winner. Hello there. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man? There you go. Is it a tiny bump protrusion in the corner that's making life harder for you? Bottom right. Yeah. Junkyarder, that's the kind of stuff that I was getting around. Yep. I'm good, bro. How's the build coming along? Good. I'm just making sure that, I can't see the ground when I'm driving the car down the road in the future. Really, Baron? Interesting. But you can see, I don't know if you guys can tell, like you can see through it, right? You're talking about that sucker right there? That shouldn't be a problem. Junk, that's okay. See, here, let me turn my hat backwards so I can see where the light's going.
Yeah, so you just want little gaps here and there. That's actually really nice. Yeah, and we'll just bead over right here. We could probably, so the spot weld is bending this metal down. So if I tack this and then we can hammer that piece down into position. Oh, no, I noticed just a little bit of fun on the edge right there. We should be able to get that out. There we go. There's just a little bit of schmutz. You guys know schmutz? A little bit of schmutz in the corner over there. There we go. Dude. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, this way was way better than the other ways. I could probably do with filing just a little bit more. Right there. That's not a lot of gappage. You want to leave a little bit of gap. You don't want a lot, but... But you don't want too little either. You don't want the panels butted up against each other. If you butt up against each other when you go to weld this, the weld will pool on one side. You want it to go through. Got to charge the headlamp. Is he going to spray an anti-rust coating on the bottom when he's done? Yes, absolutely he is. Yep, she's out of batteries. But seeing the road while driving is fun. Debatable. All right, let's zap this back. Yeah, that should be good. I'll have floor again. We love floor. Then we're gonna have to hit this all with seam sealer again. Here, let me take a light, and I'm going to put a light behind it so we can really accentuate the seams. Yeah, good. Yeah, that'll go through for sure. We could clean up that little thing that you were talking about, Junkator. This little guy in the corner. Pretty happy with that. Cool. I love refrigerators. When done, 5% weld, 20% new metal, 75% original. But you're closing up the AC holes. Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. It's got vent windows. All right. I got to see how much steel it we have, because I'm going to steel at the back of this. I'm not sure how much we have on tap, but you know. Nope.
That one's toast. Steel it is weld through primer, guys. When do we cut the square hole? Well, that's right. It goes in the square hole. Oh, this one had some kick in it. Yes. Nice. I got it. I got the back side of the panel. Just barely. All right. We'll let that dry for a moment. Yeah, I want weld through on the bottom of that panel, so it's all painted. There was just a little bit left in the other can, which is great. And I just painted it on my tool bench over here, boy. See? Steal it. Yeah, cerebral, yep. Those are rectangles? Yeah, one of them is. So, fun thing we can do is, if I want this to tack up, we can get the heat gun and give it a little zappy-do. Gets the paint tacky, so it'll dry faster. I mean, it won't cure completely, but whatever. Oh, yeah. So Steel It is paint, and it has, it's primer, and it has flakes of steel in it. That's why it's called Steel It. And so you can weld right through it. Weld through primer is great. The reason why I want the weld through primer on the bottom of the panel is because it's going to be butted up against the suspension piece, right? The suspension mount. And if it's butted up against the suspension mount, you know, that's metal on metal. And that's the reason why it rusted in the first place, because there was nothing protecting it there. I sprayed the top of the suspension mount with Steel It, right? And now we spray the bottom of the plate with Steel It, right? And at the very least, there'll be a protective layer when they're butted up against each other. Then when I go to weld it, on the top, we'll paint it. We'll Steel It when it's welded in on the top, right? Or we could just prime it. Doesn't matter, right? And then on the bottom, I'll undercoat it to make sure that it doesn't rust anymore. You know, I know you shouldn't be huffing paint fumes over here, but man, Steel It smells delicious. I know that's not, you don't inhale paint, but man, does it smell good. Oh man, did that smell good. Detective, is no going in there. You tell me two things and then I'm running. See? So it's nice and Steeled it. See? Primer. Little whiff of Steel It. You can have a little whiff, you know, as a treat. Guess what this is ready for? The welder! It is ready for the welder. How do you say welder in German? I don't know. It's probably like Weldergruppen or something. Or probably like Stutt or something. It's either something crazy or something like blah. Not one or the other. I like blah. Blah is cool. Blah. We have to get the blah. You don't need to worry about brain cells. You like the smell of gasoline when it's being pumped at the gas station? Dude, gasoline smells amazing. And I don't, you know, I'm sick. I'm not gonna pretend like it doesn't, all right? Also, it's bad for you, but it smells amazing, okay? Schweißgerät. Ah, Schweißgerät. Yeah. Want to know something in German? I was not listening that much since I'm questing in WoW. Welder. Was ist Welder? Welder. Doom says it's Schweißgerät. Schweißgerät? $12.02 is mint. Minty. Oh, yeah. Hang on one sec, dudes. The pinholes, I'm just having a little bit of a hammer on them. So look at the bottom of the panel, bottom left side. There's a little bit of rust there. We should be able to weld it. Yes, Schweißgerät. Yeah. Oh yeah, Schweißgerät. Schweißgeräten. All right. All right. I'm thinking. I can always zap off that pinhole a little bit later. Cool. Let's get the welder. I'm gonna get all of this flammable stuff out from underneath the car. That is my back piece template. There we go. All right, how are we gonna get the welder all the way over here? That's as far as that'll go. I don't know if I should plug it in somewhere else, but I don't want to plug it. I don't want to plug the welder onto the same circuit as the computer. That won't end well. I might be able to get the welding gun all the way around here. Hold on. Nope. Nope. No way. And then she said there was no way. All right. Run it through the cab. Look at you. Look at the big brain on chat. Probably should move this propane tank, you know, away from where we're welding. You have propane accessories? What do you think the heater is? Oh yeah. Yep, that'll work. Okay, I need to attach the grounding strap somewhere. Just use some of my scaffolding back here. Some of the bracing is always good. Okay, killer. Killer. All right. You guys ready to do some welding? Use the shortest extension cord you have with a ground. Well, can't see me through the cab is actually working. That's working just fine. Yeah, that works, dude. We good. I don't need these. We're putting the welding gloves on. Your nephew was trying to put a penny in an electrical plug. It zapped him good. You told him he was grounded. Ha! Ha! Ha 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 ha. 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 Okay. Let's get the welding mask on. There we go. It seems like we haven't done this in a little while, huh? I think the last welding that I did on the stream was the trunk pan. That was in 2025. Okay, let's verify we have gas pressure. So open up the gas. How much do we have left? 800 PSI. Yeah, we're running low. I'm gonna have to swap it soon. Okay, welder's on. Gas is on. You ready to tack this panel in, dudes? So let me just make sure that my weld settings are good. We're dealing with 16 gauge steel, so I'm gonna make sure the voltage and everything is good for the chart. We're using MIG. .16 gauge steel, using 75/25. It wants D, voltage D, speed 3.5. Okay, voltage D, speed 3.5. All right, ready? Let's do this. Whoop. All right, so what I'm gonna do, let me just make sure that we have, yep, all right, cool. Just gonna make sure we have tone and gas flow. All right. I'm gonna need a light in here to light it up more. There. All right, so I'm just gonna put a tack in the corner right here. Ready? Blew through. Didn't take. Negative. Didn't go in. Just impacted on the surface. All right, let me see if I can switch to a different spot. There we go. Took there. Good. Yeah, it's not pretty, but All right, let's see if I can get that pinhole on the other side for another tack. Well, I filled the pinhole. Yeah, that took. We got it. Not the best. So, all right, let me try to get up in the corner here. Hey, I told, don't look into the weld. What are you guys, crazy? There we go. Got it to take over there. All right, let's see if we can get the edge. Went through. Son of a beeswax. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't look like I cut out enough of the steel. It's still a little pinhole-y, but we can fix it. Nope, that doesn't want to do it. Yeah, the metal is still thin over there. There we go. I got it to stick using a hammer for the back, for the backing piece. Not my prettiest work, but it'll work. You're not saying contact. Oh, okay. Okay, ready? Contact. Okay, move around. A lot of rust. This panel is not, it's not, I mean, it's in. Don't get me wrong, she ain't going anywhere. It's just the metal is superbly thin. I'm gonna turn my voltage down. Turn the voltage down, we're zapping the metal out too much. I'm gonna set this like it's 24 gauge steel. turn the voltage down on the welder. Yeah, the voltage is too high. Let me, so I'm gonna try this with a way lower voltage. I cut the voltage in half. So we were on setting D, now we're on setting B. And I lowered my feed speed accordingly. Much better. Much better. Except for that little guy. But that little guy, I wouldn't worry about that little guy. Just filling in that freaking hole. I don't know what I'm going to do about that over there, but whatever. There we go. All right. See, that's what we're looking for. See that guy? That's what we want right there. All right, I'm just gonna go around the horn again. Ready? Yeah, just had the voltage just a smidge too high. That's all. It's been a little bit since I've welded. But see those tacks? That's perfect. That's real good. Those ones are having a little bit of trouble. I'm gonna have to hammer that back into position. That's okay. Good. What the hell? What happened there? Rust. There was rust underneath that. It didn't, you hear how, when it goes, yeah. All right, we'll move to the next spot. Good. Well, okay. This is bad. That's no good. I should have just cut that out. But it's all right. We'll fix it. Let's get over there. Blew through. Got that one. Got that one. That one over there didn't go. Ugh, this is a little messy. It's a little messy, dudes. But, we'll get it. It's gonna be under carpet, so you don't really need to see it. See the spatter? Spatter's no good. Spatter means we're not getting a good connection. Other than that, looks like we have a gas flow setting pretty good. Those tacks that came in nice, look nice. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about over there. Yeah, it didn't like it over here, Butch. Yeah, she didn't like it. Well, we'll tack up what we can and go. Just gonna split these, ready? That one's fine. That one's all right. That's good. That's good. Good. Real good, actually. This side's coming in great. Uh-oh. You hear that noise? That's blow through. All right, we gotta be very careful trying to fix that. Just gotta slowly build up weld. Slowly, very slowly. Okay. I fixed it, but it's not pretty, but I fixed it. All right, we'll try to split over here. Good. 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 That one was a little funky, but the reason why I'm just going around the horn and why I'm not welding this sucker right in is because I'm worried about blow through, and I'm worried about introducing too much heat. Just like we did over there, I put way too much heat into that. Let's try to fix that pinhole. Ready? Okay. There we go. Almost got it. Here, I gotta clean the nozzle. Let me get the schmutz out of the nozzle. There we go. Okay. We've buttoned up that pinhole over there. See if we can fix that pile of schnot right here. Ready? All right, filled that up. Once again, this ain't pretty, dudes, but it's, yeah, those shots that I took with the voltage turned up really screwed it, but that's okay. I just got another pinhole to fix over here. There we go. Fire! That fixed that. That tack's really good, actually. Over here is going to have some trouble. I might need to just cut that damn plate out. Won't weld anything to it. All right. I think I'm good to seam this over here. Is he winning? Yeah. He's getting there. Let me just clean everything off. Yeah, these tacks are good. Those are okay. These ones are, this side is a problem. There's rust under there and it's really not good for it. It's zapping all the rust. See that? That porous stuff that looks like a slug, like a bullet hit it, that's no good. Getting a little bit of spatter here and there, but for the most part, it's all right. The spatter It's not gas flow rate, it's, yeah. Spatter comes from just, it's a couple of different things. Not the right voltage and not the right voltage, not the right feed. We might even be feeding just a little bit too high, but all right, let's keep going. All right, dudes, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to do the seam. Ready? Nope, didn't do it. Introduced way too much heat. Yeah, we'll just go around the horn with tack welds. It's kind of a ghetto way of doing it, but whatever. I tried to put in a seam, but it did not like that. Ground location matters. Yeah. This looks like trash. I hate it. So bad. I'm not happy with that. I'm gonna turn my feed speed down just a little bit. I think the wire speed is just too high. Ready? There we go. All right, that'll work. Okay, ready? Well, I had it going for a second and then we blew through. Ah, come on. Blew through again. Too much heat. Here we go. I got a bead going. It's not the greatest, but that'll work. Yeah, that's not the greatest. But here. Schweißgerät. Yeah. Can tell by your tacks and what you're saying, you're becoming much better welder. Good work. Thanks, man. Yeah, just. Your rat. Schweißgerät? Nussgerät. It's bad. I'm not happy with it, but it'll work. blew through again. Grinder and paint. You know what? I'll just keep tacking it, man. It's much easier that way. Yeah, yucky. This looks so bad. I'm not happy with this at all. It'll be fine, but god dang, is that bad. I'm worried to go up in here, guys. I'm worried about it because it's not gonna take. I'll try it, but I don't know. Oh, it took. Nice. Like I said, dudes, she ain't pretty. I got a little bit of a bead going there, just a smidge. It still looks like butthole, but whatever. God, I hate it. I hate it so much. Carpet goes over it. Yep. Yep. No good. That's no good on that side. It's bad. I'm not sure I can get it to seal. The rust is interfering with the bead, and it's not making a good bead, dudes. That's bad. You might have to cut this all out. Just put another plate there. Yeah, I'm not gonna weld any more of this. We got to cut out here anyway. Yeah, that's not. I don't want to cut out anymore. or we'll try to weld anymore, it's not going to work. Yeah, it's no good. All right. So, yeah, that's not, the plate's in and that's good, but it's not ideal. I'll leave everything where it is for now. We're gonna need to cut that. We gotta cut it out, dudes. I gotta cut out that small piece. I can't get in there with the angle grinder, which is why I didn't cut it out in the first place. So, and we got most of that thing in there though. It's not bad. Like the bottom part will work. This will work. This is fine. It's okay. Like, given the circumstances. This stuff came out all right. That's a little messy, but that's because there's rust under there. Yeah, I mean, part of doing welding right, guys, is just doing the prep work. Right? You do the prep work so, you know, you don't make yourself look stupid when you go to weld it. But there's rust under here. There's rust right there. It's under there. But I did get some nice tacks over here. That is working. But this panel's probably going to need to, I'm probably going to need to cut out all that. But yeah, when I get the smaller grinding wheel, I'm going to need to go find some Dremel parts. Get the smaller cut-off wheels for the Dremel so I can get in and be very precise. You know what would be awesome? A micro stir welder. Micro stir welder? I mean, yeah, stir welding doesn't work too well with steel. Yeah, I can't see me. I can, yeah. You know what sucks? Like, I can do better than that. I know I can do better, but we should have cut the rest of that rust out. But you know, you live and learn. You live and you learn. What I need to do is take this headlamp, and we got to plug this sucker back in. But we're getting up on 5 o'clock here, dude. So I think we'll go ahead and switch over to winter car here in a moment. How do you get this thing off? There we go. USB-C. All right. That makes that easy. The Tang headlamp is quite good, actually. I really like this thing. That's something that Rob over at Tang gave to me. And we did get to use the toolbox today, which is pretty cool. We used some of it. Don't forget to turn the gas off on the welder. Yes, that's probably a good idea. Okay, headset's plugged in. Let me go just double check that I got the gas. Gas is off, welder's off. But yeah, that's well, you know what? You know, I may not be happy about that, but we've added something to the car today. That's better than the last couple of car streams where we've done the opposite of that. You don't want another My Winter Car incident. Oh, jeez. Yeah, right, yeah. You have the same light, it's just not Tang branded. No space news? Yeah, we could do space news. Yeah, if you guys want to do a space news today, we can do that. Then we can play some winter car for after hours. Here's my problem. Bree made spaghetti and meatballs, so I'm going to have to go, you know, do that. You were hoping for straight MSC. All right. Connor, here's the deal. We'll do space news tomorrow. We'll do space news between Factorio tomorrow. Today, we'll go right into winter car. But I got to shower up. I don't want to get my keyboard all grimy. So on YouTube, we'll have a momentary loss of signal for a little bit. On Twitch, I'll put on, I don't know, just put on some tunage or something. I'm going to go take a, well, actually, we didn't get too dirty. I'm just going to wash up. Then I'll come back, eat some food, and then we'll go. Spaghetti and meatballs? No, you know, my wife doesn't make spaghetti and meatballs for you. She makes spaghetti and meatballs for me. Just saying. So, yeah, we'll come back for winter car. So, yeah, I will see you guys in a little bit. We did get some work done today. It's not the best work. Not the best work around. But it's work. Yeah, it exists. It's work that we have done. And we added something to the car. I'm just going to keep that. Don't want to close on that wire. Brag about having a loving wife who makes you dinner, why don't you? I will. All right, cool. I will see you guys. Give me like 15 minutes. 15 minutes, I'll be back on YouTube. Stand by for loss of signal. I hope you guys enjoyed part 43 for the crew cab Charger. Well, we got more stuff to patch in there, so that's what we're going to do. First foods, then we fix the digital car. Yep. 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 All right. Stand by for loss of signal from the garage as expected.